Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? Just have to respond to something there, or just a quick thing. So, yeah, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope, it's a Saturday. I hope everyone's having a great day. It's kind of hard to have a bad day on a Saturday, I think, but, well, I don't know. Well, there's always a way, but, so, yeah, we're going to cover some of the Adelson trial today. And I wasn't entirely sure I'd cover this one. I had a bunch of people saying, "Hey, did you want to cover this one?" And I was like, maybe. And the reason why is because, frankly, the case looks like it's open and shut. And so I was like, yeah. And this is also not wrong. This is also not wrong. So the case looks like it's open and shut, and quite frankly, it probably is. But this is another one where I kind of got hooked by the opening statements, so we're gonna do it. I also I may have had a Bob ask me, "Hey, are you going to be covering this? Because I'd love to chat with you about it." So I was like, "All right, that weighs towards it." So we're also going to need to set a goal, I think, and because that's a good way to start off. So the goal is going to be goal. Sad puppy picture. Potter is a sad dog for reasons we'll get to when we hit the goal, but he's also a very cute dog. So we're going to, we'll check that out. So this is a really interesting day. They begin with opening statements, and then they move in, and there's not a whole lot. A lot of the witnesses on the first day are, how do I put this? They're pretty straightforward in the sense that they're just laying the groundwork from the basic, like what happened. So you're going to get things about, the shooting itself. Well, we know that happened, but the jury doesn't know it happened, and the prosecution has to show that it happened. So, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. So let's dive right in. Let's have a look. This is also a bit of an experiment because I have never done a Saturday stream before. Like, normally I avoid the weekends like the plague. And the reason why is because in the past, whenever I put up a video on a weekend, it has done extremely poorly. So, like, YouTube and the weekends just don't seem to get along. So this is a bit of an experiment. And I guess if it goes well, we'll do more weekends. And if we don't do well, we'll do less weekends, which would be difficult because my previous number was 0. So let's dive right in and have a look. I got to make sure everything's working properly, but I think it is. All right, here we go. And whoop, it'll work better if that's actually on the screen. Here we go. By the way, I love this judge. This judge is great. This judge is a bit grumpy at times, but that is actually a good thing in a judge, believe it or not, because sometimes you need to be a bit grumpy. Sometimes you need to move things along. So I love that he is sort of no bullshit, but he also seems to be very fair. Yeah. Did your new truck make it out to the acreage and back? My wife is currently using the new truck to help somebody move. And yeah, the what do you call it? She is not a big fan of the truck. We'll have to we'll have to figure that out. All right, let's dive right in here. And Crazy Cat Queen says, met my grad cohorts this week. One Canadian American was telling about my favorite Canadian, you being a YouTube Firearm Plus lawyer. He says, is that Runkle of the Bailey? I was so excited. That is awesome. Glad to hear it, Crazy Cat Queen. And yeah, All right, let's dive right in here. Now, can you guys hear this? Let me know if you can hear it. Just give me a thumbs up.
And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here.
Whoop, we're going to back up a little bit. We need to get the start of this. All right.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Katherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table. And this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today.
All right, let's stop here because I got very, very little into this before I went, oh, wow, I get exactly what this prosecutor is doing. And the prosecutor is doing something that I thought was very clever. It's very unusual that you have a prosecutor introduce the defendant, right? Usually the prosecutor will introduce themselves and then they'll launch right into the defendant is awful and here's why they're awful. Because that's sort of what the job is, right? It's, here's why we think the defendant should die in jail. That's really the position, right? But one of the issues here is that they've got this accused who kind of looks like a sad old grandmother, right? They look like she looks like a sad old grandmother. And the prosecution is clearly worried that the jury might be like, oh, look at the sad grandmother. And we don't want to convict sad grandma. Sad grandma gets to, go and run and be free and, arrange murders and those kinds of things. So they're like, here's how she looked at the time. Here's her with this big grin. Here's her looking. And so that's what this is about. It's about showing the jury that here's what she looked like before. Maybe don't be as sympathetic to this person, right? So yeah, and I gotta say as well, that's like 11 years ago when she was like 60, right? She looked really good for 60, and I'm not trying to say that in like a creepy way. It's not like, anything like that. It's just like, she actually looks pretty healthy. She looks young for a 60. And so she comes off looking like she's maybe 50 something, which also makes her look, cynically, it makes her look more murdery, right? It makes her look more sort of murder able. So yeah, and that's not murderable, it's murder able, like able to commit murders. So here we go.
It's because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markell. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markell. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger.
Can I also say one of the things that really interested me about this case was that I've seen dozens and dozens of cases where people are like, I'm going to hire a hitman to do a murder, right? I'm going to hire a hitman and, they're going to murder this person I don't like. And that'll be, that'll solve all my problems. Pro tip, murder rarely solves all your problems. It just usually creates more problems. But they go, I'm going to I'm going to hire a hitman. And this one was weird because they actually managed to get a hitman, which is wild. Lots of people try to hire a hitman, and when they do, they reach like an FBI agent, right? That is the typical way to, that is a typical way to do it. Honk Banana, no, I don't know what's going on that one, but I don't know why YouTube is filtering it. Now, one of the things I said in a previous video is I was like, the only way to actually get a hitman that is a real hitman is if you already know people in organized crime who are actual, hitmen. And that's exactly how they did it in this case. They hired an actual hitman, like, who was already in organized crime. And so, awesome. Here's the problem, though, is that hiring a hitman never works. And part of the reason for that is that everybody doesn't understand what hitmen are. They have this notion of what hiring a hitman is, and the notion is that they'll get somebody like, let me just pull up a picture here. They have this notion that they're going to get somebody like, I got to minimize it so I can put the picture on the screen. There we go. They imagine they're going to get this guy, right? Agent 47 from the Hitman series, who a sleek professional who always gets his job done and, can sneak into anywhere and, whatever else and never talks. Well, guess what? In practice, that is not what hitmen are like in the slightest. Maybe you can hire somebody like that if you are like a government, right? And a government can get that, can get that level of sort of skill and competence and whatever else. But the ordinary, the actual hitmen out in the world are basically low-level gang members or guys who have a meth addiction and get handed a gun and a little bit of meth and are told, we'll forgive your meth debt if you actually go and, do this shooting, which is why these things tend to be super basic. We're going to hear about what this killing was. And the killing on this one was basically just they pull up behind him in the driveway and shoot him through his window. There's no subtlety. There's no finesse. There's no any of that. It's just, yeah. So, let's proceed here. This picture's getting kind of creepy here.
The victim in this case, Dan Markell, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida.
By the way, this sort of thing is a lot easier for the prosecution to do than for the defense, because the prosecution can say, isn't it super sad that, that this guy passed? But the defense has a hard time doing it, and the defense is going to try, and we're going to talk about it. But right now they're saying he was known to Danny by his friends. And of course, by the way, if you ever get murdered, they're going to find the nicest picture of you ever, right? They're going to find a very sweet picture of you. And, this is a pretty good picture. So, yeah.
The State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markell was shot in the head in broad daylight.
And now I'm going to take her up to 1.5 because she is very, she has a very slow cadence. And the thing is that slow cadence is very useful for explaining things to a jury. You kind of want to have that kind of rolling explanation. But it's not good for us now because we want to have a bit of speed here.
in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened.
By the way, I think this is really effective. The way what they're doing here is like they're going on with here's a picture of him on his day. This picture isn't super relevant for anything other than just the narrative, right? It shows him, but it's helpful. Also, you'll note that they've got this fancy electronic thing. And the thing is that they, I understand this tool is free, but it takes time to generate these things. It takes time to make these kinds of slideshows and so forth. And time in these situations is money. And they have so much money available to throw at this. It's
his garage.
Yeah.
But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markell's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markell's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markell also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markell's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And
God bless the nosy neighbor, right? This guy's neighbor is just like, I'm gonna go see what's going on here. And I'm like, this neighbor is probably the guy who's looking out and going like, does somebody have their lawn mowed and so forth? But you don't really realize how much those nosy neighbors can be awesome until they actually step up and help you out, right? So this guy was concerned, and the neighbor comes off really great, by the way, in his testimony. We'll watch a little bit of it. I wasn't sure if I was going to show him, but we're going to show him because he's actually pretty awesome.
Found a gruesome scene. Dan Markell's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car, and Dan Markell was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911, and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markell with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken.
The neighbor is also going to be like, the neighbor's absolutely incensed when he's like, they took 14 minutes to get there. Well, 14 minutes is actually a very common response time. But he's like, they took 14 minutes to get there. The thing is I suspect that Markell was probably dead, or at least unsavable at the point where he was shot, right? I don't think that there was anything that could have been done, but I don't know for certain. So
taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markell was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markell.
Oh, that's impressive.
The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markell's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless...
This is also the problem with murder, and why murder is so unlikely to solve your problems. So anyone that you want dead is probably somebody where when that person dies, they're going to come looking for you, right? And so it's very difficult. Everyone's like, oh yeah, I can commit the perfect murder. The problem is that if you are committing the perfect murder by definition would have to be a killing of somebody you had no interest in, right? At all. Because, like, if somebody dies and you hate them, you're going to get the police investigating your business. So, yeah, it's...
This investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markell's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markell was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami, where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markell's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markell, as you can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where...
You know how much they could have saved, like, hassle if they just bitten the bullet and moved to Tallahassee? Because they're like, hey, we hate Tallahassee. Well, guess what? You hate jail even more than you hate Tallahassee. So, like, all of these things you could solve just with other things. Like, if they had just said, you know what, we really, really hate Tallahassee, but that's the way it goes with grandkids. We're just gonna move in. Just do it, right? Like, just, yeah.
His kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant...
It's pretty easy to move a dental practice overall. A dental practice is way easier to move than, say, this guy's professorship. People need dentists everywhere, right? So they sell that practice. They set one up in Tallahassee. They would have been fine, right? They would have been just fine.
Hated Dan Markell and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do.
So you see here, she's got a really good story, right? They've got a really good, convincing tale of how this went down. And it's compelling, right? And part of this is that they've had practice. This is not their first trial on this. I haven't watched any of the other trials. I'll admit that. But this is not their first trial. So they've had time to sort of finesse and, and hone this to perfection.
And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Dan Markell's children.
This guy also looks pretty well put together. I believe that this is Mr. Markell's dad, and which is part of why he's sitting here looking furious. But he looks really well put together. He looks like he's out of a Hollywood movie here. He looks great. And this has got to be the he's been to several of these trials before, so he's doing it again. What a badass.
Her grandchildren to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markell was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absence.
100%, but he makes it look good.
And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable.
All of these messages really, I mean, this really sells this narrative, right? Because it's one thing to be telling the story and to just be, you know, but you see, she's got the highlighted portions of these texts. She's got the faces put up with the texts. And like all of this is really effective, because when she says it's the most important part, she's got that highlighted. When she says that it's non-negotiable, she's got that highlighted. Like it looks like she's bringing the receipts, right? That's what this feels like. This is like a YouTuber who's doing a video and they're like, and let me drop some receipts on you, right? This is, you know, this is really well done.
Negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markell's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So,
okay. So denied with prejudice means that it's like, you know, this case, like this round of filings is dead. But you can bring the filings up, like you can bring that argument up again at some point where there's been a real change of things, right? Where it's for a new reason. So this wasn't like, it wasn't that this was necessary. Like, she's overstating it when she says that it was like, it's permanently done, right? Because there's various places where you get denials with prejudice that aren't the end of things. You know, consider, right? Let's say, let's say you've got a couple and, you know, the husband asks for sole custody of the kids, right? And he says, I want sole custody of the kids because she's a drug addict. And the court says, no, we're ruling that she isn't a drug addict because, there's no evidence of that. But we're going, so we're denying this with prejudice, right? It's denied with prejudice. It's done. But then she goes and she moves in with a new guy. Like the wife moves in with a new guy. And that new guy has he's out on parole for essaying children and has conditions not to be with children. And you're like, hey, now there's a new circumstance here. Mom is exposing these kids to an offender. And, now we need, I want to bring a new application here. We need full custody. They would be like, okay, this is a new issue, right? This is a new topic. It's not that it's a real change, right? So, yeah.
Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever. Unless of course.
We'll do that after the openings.
After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markell has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to...
Wait. She's been quoting this whole time. And then now she's not quoting.
The defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markell has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy...
She's been quoting the whole time, but now they've got gibbers. Gibbers? That was their nickname for him, is gibbers? Okay. I don't know why they have gibbers. Yeah. I don't know what this is either, but it's like this. It's like a racetrack almost, is what it seems to be. So, yeah.
You know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markell to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markell a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the
$1 million, and he says no. The thing is I wouldn't have trusted this family to pay out, but also he's like, no, we're good. $1 million offer. How would they have gotten that much money together?
The bribes didn't work. The defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markell into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markell like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markell absolutely miserable.
This plan of action is actually
detailing all of these in her emails. So,
once again, we've only got the partial quote.
A plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markell absolutely miserable. And she's detailing.
They left out part of the quote, but the jury can read this. So, yeah.
All of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markell was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markell's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media. And
I mean, this is the kind of thing that gets a court to just say, you know what? You know that like custody you have or that visitation you have, you don't have that anymore. Like this is the kind of thing that gets a family court to be like, yeah, not only do you not get not get custody, you also just don't get any visitation. Like, you're gone.
Even announced on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markell that she was changing their religion. The defendant
Yeah, pro tip. That's the kind of thing that you typically can't do without some discussion with your partner.
assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markell to agree to let her move to Miami, but told Wendy Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markell that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson.
The evidence in this case will show you is so much more effective than I submit to you. The I submit to you that we just heard was kind of like, it comes off weird, but the evidence in this case will show you comes off strong, right? So, yeah. Why would any of this make Dan more likely to consent to them moving the boys to Miami? It wouldn't. If you, like, this is the thing, is people don't really think about this kind of thing. If you're saying, I'm going to change their religion, you're not going to get him going, well, these sound like people I really want to work with, right? Yeah.
He and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markell to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markell was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markell's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markell alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about parental alienation. Parental alienation is it's sort of something that didn't used to be recognized, and now it's recognized more often, which is that you simply cannot, if you are co-parenting, right? You've got you're parenting and the ex is parenting. You can't start convincing the kids that the other parent is a jerk, right? You're not allowed to do that. It's forbidden. And so, in a case like this, you can't be you can't speak negatively of the other parent. And to do so isn't just abusing the other parent, right? It isn't just harm to the other parent. It's harm to the kids, right? It's harm to the kids. Now, here's the problem is that a lot of people also allege parental alienation where there isn't, but it does happen, right? So it does become a thing. So yeah, non-disparagement is a standard clause in joint parenting agreements in my state. Lots of places, right? And, you don't have to, yeah. But what if the other parent is in fact a dealer of substances? That's not the kid's business, right? It's not something that you involve the children in. That's a dispute between the parents, not something that yeah.
She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markell was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markell asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this defendant from having unsupervised contact.
So he'd said, I will, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother if this alienation happens in a way that endangers my relationship. Reasonable thing for him to, do, right? Is to say, hey, this is not okay, and we may have to cut grandma out or have the other thing is it gets very expensive if you start having supervised contact because those supervisors get expensive. So, yeah.
With her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markell was killed. And the murder of Dan Markell ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markell was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelson's big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all work together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that. She ran
the matriarch is going to be like a guiding theme here. So they're going to have that. That's sort of one of the themes they're trying to establish here, and we're going to see that like as they go. So,
and the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markell was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markell's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markell? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markell dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markell than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markell had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief.
ooh. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, well, maybe Wendy Markell will be, Wendy Markell will possibly be indicted in future. I don't know if that's true. Right now, the prosecution seems to be trying to say, like, we see that they don't seem to be angling towards Wendy right now. They want Wendy's cooperation at this point, not her, not her animosity. We don't know if Wendy Adelson. We don't know if Wendy is going to end up on the hook later or not, but right now they're not pointing their guns at her. Yeah.
And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markell on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder. An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant.
So who sets up a TV repair appointment for their kids? That is weird, right? That's weird. It's strange to me.
So this path of looking into Dan Markell's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markell was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markell's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius, fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markell into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markell? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack.
So they're using those, I guess, the tracks in this, display to sort of separate out. They've got we see on the left side, they've got the, we've got the sort of track of the family and motive and all of that. Now they've moved to the right side with the track of, the hitman. So it's kind of interesting.
They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present.
I'm kind of surprised that the picture they used for Mr. Garcia actually is a picture of him looking pretty good. Like normally they try to get like a jailhouse picture or something where somebody looks awful, but no, he actually looks like he's, you know, they've got this picture of him sort of looking like it's his dating profile picture or something like that. So, okay.
Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are.
We'll see this guy later, but he's changed a bit because he's been in custody for a while. So, yeah.
Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markell to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru.
We laughed about this with Rob on Friday Night Frenzy, but we'll laugh about it here as well. They're trying to avoid anything. So what do? They go to an ATM. What does every ATM have? Every ATM has a camera that records so that they can see if, you know, why does it have a camera? Well, you'll get people who report like, oh yeah, my debit card was stolen and then it was used to withdraw $10,000 in cash and I need my cash back. And then they look at the ATM video and it shows them and it's like, yeah, we're not paying you anything. Like you're just out of luck. But it captures a perfect image of these two. And like the guy in the passenger seat, he's not looking out the passenger side window. He could have been looking away, but instead they just look right towards the camera, right? Yeah.
And caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markell. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markell dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Katherine Magbanis. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanis have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanis. And
there are some drive-through ATMs in Canada, but not a lot of them. I know of like 2 in Edmonton, so not many.
And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Katherine Magbanis is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same.
And now they're on that center track where they're saying everything's come together. So they're using these little visual cues to join everything up.
Same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Katherine Magbanis was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markell was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markell. Dan Markell is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markell? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children.
Now, see, at this point, the prosecution actually seems to have a fairly weak case because they've got a whole pile of motive, but what they don't have at this point in the opening is they don't have anything that actually ties her to the decision, because what you can end up with is, you could have somebody who really, really wants somebody dead, but it doesn't mean that they actually did the killing, right? It doesn't mean that they actually did the murder. So in this case, like right now at this point, when I was watching this, I was thinking, well, it looks like her family did the killing, and maybe they did it because they thought it might, make grandma happy or something like that. But there's not actually an indication that grandma had anything to do with it. So they're going to start poking that barrier, right? They're going to start prodding that here.
So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markell and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant.
By the way, you're going to see repeatedly the camera cuts to this like grumpy looking old dude. And you'll note he's on this thing. He's Harvey Adelson. They'll cut to him in the in the courtroom at various points. And I think it's a hell of a decision on his part to be there, because if I was him, I would not be anywhere near this. I would be maybe somewhere sunny, like I don't know, Vietnam.
And through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case. And that was a third way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanis all acquired some big ticket items.
I mean, it's one thing to support the your wife. It's another thing to support your wife when you are literally on on one of the placards, in the opening. So, yeah.
In the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanis all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanis got a breast augmentation surgery and later
that I just thought was funny. Like the men get paid in motorcycles, the women get paid in breast augmentation. And the reason is probably that if you offer to pay the men in breast augmentations, it probably doesn't go as well. But yeah. There we go.
A black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Katherine Magbanis' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanis' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And
this is the other thing, is in the modern era, it's really hard to do anything with money, right? Money tends to be one of the things that gets people caught. And so, like, if you do a crime and you get paid $50,000, well, what do you do with the 50 grand? How do you make that 50 grand happen in a way that, isn't super obvious?
This was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Katherine Magbanis to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks,
Now, here's the thing. This is the kind of thing that sounds clever, right? Sounds like it's a clever move, except here's the problem. You've got this person who's getting paid. Well, what are they getting paid to do? I will give an example of a operation that was busted in the Vancouver area. This I heard through the grapevine, etc. But so at one point in Vancouver, there was a bunch of people who were laundering money. And the way they used to launder money once upon a time was the porn theaters. So if you ever, most of you are not going to be old enough to have ever seen these. I've certainly never been in one, but they used to be around all the places. They used to have these porn theaters where people would pay money to go in and sit and watch porn with a whole bunch of other people. And, Pee Wee Herman got busted in one, and he was, he was busted in one, massaging the pickle. And, so these things used to exist. So they used to use them a lot for laundering money. And they would, and the reason why you could launder money is because at the end of the day, you're selling a seat in a theater. And, so there's no products that you have to, use up or anything. But they can just pour money into the till and then tear off a strip of tickets and say, okay, well, that's how many seats, things we sold. But then that got shut down largely because of the internet. And the internet basically made that, not a viable thing. Because there aren't any porn theaters anymore. Nobody wants to pay to sit in a theater. It isn't a thing anymore. So they still needed to launder money though, and so what they were doing was they were laundering money via a bar. And the way that works is you buy cheap beer on wholesale, right? And so the beer that they buy on wholesale is like $2 a glass for their costs, right? And then they would say, okay, well, we're selling these beers for $10 a glass. And so then what they do is they say, okay, well, we sold X much beer. And, that's where all this money comes from. Now the money is legitimate because it's gone through a legitimate business. Okay, great. Now here's the problem. There is they have a problem in that they need to do inventory stuff. And so the inventory stuff here is that you're going to get busted if you're just saying you're selling a lot of beer, but you're never actually buying any beer, right? If you're saying you're selling 1,000 glasses of beer, you have to have actually had 1,000 glasses worth of beer. So what they did is they bought the cheap beer and they were running the beer into a sink in the back room. And so they just say, okay, well, we will run, 5 kegs worth of beer into the sink. And then, then we put a bunch of money in the till and we say we sold X many beers, right? Cool. But this particular bar that they bought to do the money laundering out of, they bought like an old cheap, bar, and the sink was all clogged up. The sink was not very functional. So when they were running out the beer into the sink, well, the sink would back up and then they'd have to wait for it to drain slowly because it was partially clogged. And then they would fill more, and it used to take this low-level dude all night to run this beer into the drain. And this guy got an idea. He's like, damn, I can't. It was on city lines, but the line was partially clogged. So instead of calling a plumber to clear it out, which would be the smart thing, what he decided to do was he decided to go into the back room and he decided to go into the back alleyway and run it into the storm drain. Now, the storm drain was a great idea because he's sitting there and he can just run, you can just empty the keg as fast as it'll empty into the storm drain. The problem is that eventually a homeless guy, spotted him dumping this beer into the, into the thing. And so one of the homeless guys came up and said, hey man, can I have a beer? And this guy got enterprising. He was he was a thinker. And that thinker said, sure, how about all you can drink for $10? And the homeless guy is like, that's a great idea. And so hands over $10 to this guy and gets himself absolutely smashed on the beer. And then that homeless guy tells his friends, and then their friends tell their friends. And pretty soon this guy is making a whole bunch of money selling beer to the homeless that he's supposed to be dumping out. Well, eventually then the police started noticing that there was a bunch of homeless guys smashed out of their brains, right? Just like absolutely liquored out of their mind. And so they're like, how are all the homeless guys suddenly affording all this booze? Because they don't have the money to get smashed every night. So they ask the homeless guys, and one of them talks. And so then they send undercover operators down to pretend to be homeless and to buy beer and just to watch how much beer they're dumping. And then they come to the bar and they say, hey, listen, you said you stole this, you said you stole however many gallons of beer, but it turns out we saw you dumping them into the storm drain, so you weren't actually selling that much beer. And then now everyone involved with the bar is getting arrested for fraud and various other things. And anyway, the guy who was the clever thinker who had this great idea about how he was going to sell the beer on the side, he went missing. He just went missing. Nobody knows what happened to him, but I'm guessing that he probably got some, probably got they expressed disapproval about how they, about his decision to think about things. So here's the problem Donna Adelson has. Donna Adelson wants to make payments to, this hitman arranger. And so she is doing it out of her dental business. That makes sense, right? You're doing it out of the dental business. But here's the problem. Like the beer that is being put down the storm drain, like that, it ends up going, and the problem is that she has a beer issue. She doesn't have any work that is being done by the actual by this actual employee. Now, if this supposed employee had been coming in even once a week, right, and sitting in a room doing something, right, then you can justify it. It's like, well, what does she do? She comes in and she cleans the amalgam machines or something. I don't know what dentists have. Then she could have solved the problem. But the thing is that the person getting the checks doesn't want to come in and have to do work, even if she's getting paid 5 days worth of money for this, right? So this is the issue. She's got to find a way to tie it in, and she can't. She might have been in a much, much better situation if she'd been making those payments, but actually seeing work done and actually putting her properly on the payroll. But nope, big mistake.
Fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanis didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Katherine Magbanis every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was
And in the memo section, they put in for murder.
talking. But what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Katherine Magbanis, and then from his girlfriend, Katherine Magbanis, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Katherine Magbanis, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanis act as the middleman?
I just also want to note, you see all the steps they took and all the, all the precautions and care and so forth. And they're still sitting in the guilty person chair, right? They're still facing trial. Many of them are still going to jail. I mean, it looks like Donna's, if the prosecution can deliver on what they promise in the opening statement, it looks like she will probably be going to jail too. But all of these precautions don't work out. And at the end of the day, when you say, I have got the perfect murder, right? I've figured out the perfect murder. All of the steps that you take to make the perfect murder, all of those little things that you do, they end up being evidence to come and point to you. People don't understand what the perfect murder looks like because this isn't it. All of these little steps are just, they're just evidence against you, right?
Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanis, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and Magbanis are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Katherine Magbanis at this.
So here's another problem. Any of those connections that you have to some other person, any of those connections you have may at some point disintegrate. So, you break up. What if it's a bad breakup? Well, guess who now owns you? So, yeah.
Point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on. He's had many other girlfriends at that point since Magbanis. And Charlie Adelson and Magbanis, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what?
By the way, if you think you, if you think you, got away with it, you've never gotten away with it for like the rest of time, because they can always investigate you. Most places don't have a limitation period for murder. Or if they do, the murder thing is, if they do have a limitation period, it tends to be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, that kind of thing. In Canada, the limitation period is never. So you've never gotten away with it until you've died of old age or some other, whatever.
reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera, he was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016, to walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street.
I'm also just going to note, she does really well at being relatable. She's like, I can swat the fly. I can, I can say, bless you to the person who sneezed. And she just keeps on going. So it's kind of, it humanizes her.
And try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing.
Why do they call it a bump? Well, because it's literally what they're doing. They're going up to this like group of people and essentially nudging this to see, they're giving it like a little tap to see where the echoes end up, right? So they're bumping this conspiracy to see who moves. It's kind of like a hunting term. When you talk, in hunting, when you say that you're bumping something, you're trying to get somebody to, to basically flush any animals that are there to see which ones run out. And yeah.
As a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markell's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf to even things out because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper because she knew exactly what it was about.
The thing is if she had, like, for instance, crumpled up the piece of paper and just dropped it and never done anything with it, like, then that might have ended the investigation, at least into her, right? Now the judge is going to admonish her because she keeps shaking her head. She keeps signaling things. And the judge is going to be like, you don't get to do that. Not in my courtroom. And don't make me tell you in front of the jury.
Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail? Or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer, never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us. But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markell's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us and that he should know what she's talking about.
Can you imagine what would have happened if she just, instead of any of this, said, hey, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. Come over for a dinner. Like, people are bad at crime. Everybody is bad at crime because it's impossible to be good at crime. You have to be so perfect because if you screw up once, they can unravel the whole thing.
The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson.
It's a great opening.
She never says Magbanis' name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew The TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Katherine Magbanis. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Katherine Magbanis. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Katherine Magbanis. And his call to Katherine Magbanis is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
That's a terrible fact, right? Blackmailer mentions your ex-girlfriend and he immediately knows which ex-girlfriend is. Yeah. So, yeah.
And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork, and law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Katherine Magbanis, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Katherine Magbanis. Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanis meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation.
By the way, undercover operations, we mentioned this on Friday Night Frenzy, but they are very, very, very expensive. Very expensive. Why? Because it takes a while. And Kat, you bet you can. Bump the goal to 10 out of 10. Absolutely. I'll break out a gin fizz here. When you're having undercover operators follow somebody, it costs money for doing that. And also, you don't just have one. You've got several, and you've got to rotate them out. Like when you're following somebody, like let's say you've got, I don't know, let's imagine the judge, right? Judge, here you go. You can see him just in the corner there. You probably wouldn't notice this guy in a crowd, right? You probably wouldn't notice this guy, like just, you know, if you were out at the bar and he's down at the end of the bar, he's not somebody you're going to just be like, well, that guy's suspicious, right? He doesn't have like an eye patch or, you know, like anything else. But if you start seeing that guy over and over and over again, then you're going to eventually be like, why is this guy always here? Right? Why is this guy always with me? And so you need to rotate the guys out. You need to, you need to vary it up. And that all gets really expensive because each new person you're putting in has to be like brought in and so forth. And yeah, it's kind of important. Weirdly, the show Burn Notice, I know, actually Burn Notice for like the first couple of seasons is actually pretty sensible for most of its stuff. It gets a little crazy after that. Where to avoid suspicion, pass your target and go about your business and have your backup rotate onto them. Yep. They were putting a lot of money in on this. And if you're wondering why is it that there's, you know, all of this, why are they putting all of this money in on this? Well, because it's a murder, but it's also, and forgive me for using this phrase, you know, that it's a sexy murder. And what do I mean by that? It's a murder with like this wild story around it. So they're obviously going to do all of this stuff. And I see this, Runkle could not be a spy. Runkle, if he was looking to do spy stuff, like if I was looking to do spy stuff, I'd be going into a barber and being like, hey, I need my hair cut short and boring. And they'll be like, what do you mean? And it'd be like, I am going for a job interview at a bank, and I need a haircut to make me look like my hobbies are stamp collecting and and that's it. Like stamp collecting and maybe reading the Bible for, a bit. And they'd be like, okay, we're going to cut this super boring. And I'd be like, and can you dye this like the boringest shade of brown you ever have? Like the boringest shade of brown. And they'll be like, okay. And then I would I'd probably look pretty unassuming. Nobody would pay much attention to me. But yeah. They're gonna want people who basically look like they are, how do I put this? The kind of people who look like they get too excited if they read the phone book too fast, right? So, yeah.
And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer.
I'm not going to.
Or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markell, and that person could tell police what they know? Charlie Adelson reassures Katherine Magbanis, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. They're just fishing for information.
No, that is not a good thing, because if they have enough evidence to run a sting on you, then they then you're in some trouble, right? And so chat, I just looked for something in another window here, and I'll show you what I might run with if I was ever to go and do spy stuff. Here I found a wig here for this, and let's see, we're gonna make it as big as we can here. It's expensive, so I'm not actually gonna buy it, but this is a great wig if you don't want anybody to look at you too long, right? It's boring, but it also it's boring and slightly off-putting. So that this is it's super, super boring, but also you would if you saw this guy at the bar, you're not going to want to look at him for too long in the concern that he might look back or get interested. So, you see a guy like that, you're just not going to pay attention to him. It's going to be like, all right, move on. But it's $300, so I'm not buying that thing because, yeah, I don't want to spend $300 on a wig that looks awful.
And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of...
Hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Guess who goes to the airport? Guess who goes to the airport? Oh, my God.
This conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanis. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time that was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure.
Whoops. The only way they can prove it is if they catch us on a wire talking about it. He says on the wire. Oh. Meanwhile, the guy on the end of the wiretap is probably sitting there cracking up, right? He's probably just cracking up. But yeah, very surprising. No objections at portions or argument. You're all allowed to state in opening anything you believe in good faith will come in. But as soon as you state what it means, it's argument. You're not wrong. Parts of this were objectionable, but the defense doesn't object. I suspect that in this jurisdiction, it might be seen as a bit of a party foul to object during an opening. And because in Canada, it also is. In Canada, you tend to give people a little bit of leeway. But yeah.
Her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Katherine Magbanis about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy.
The most important thing is that we not be caught on a wire. And then what do? They spend all of this time talking on the phone, right? Oh my God, why?
You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing, and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Magbanis a very...
Spoiler alert, it is never a one-time thing. It is never a one-time thing. Like if you pay a blackmailer, they will always 100% of the time come back for more money and more money and more money. And the reason why, is that why wouldn't they? By the way, I got a gin fizz here. This is also, by the way, why sometimes being blackmailed provides for deals. Sometimes the police will make a deal with people who are being blackmailed to drop the charges that they're being blackmailed about in order to go after the blackmailer. But they won't do that for like murder. They might do that for something, relatively innocuous, like that you stole from somewhere or something like that. But they won't do it for murder. They won't do it for like all sorts of other stuff. Also, I love the closed captioning here. I see people in chat talking about it. Charlie Adelson gives me banana. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me bananas. Yeah. And yeah, this is the thing. Not if the crime you committed is bigger than the crime of blackmail. That's it. The other thing is that if the blackmail is stuff like bad pictures or something, so long as it's not like illegal bad pictures, but if it's pictures of like you in a compromising position, then they, yeah. I see a question here that I'll tackle. My daughter wants to take the LSAT next year. What LSAT or what test prep do you recommend? I used a company called Test Masters, and Full disclosure, I also used to work for test masters. I taught with them for like 2 semesters or a little bit more. So, yeah, but I think they're good. Okay. I'm also going to show you guys the puppy picture I owe you. I owe you guys a puppy picture because that was our first goal. There is no egg white in this, unfortunately. It is just a gin soda fizz. And this one is grapefruit flavored, and it's actually pretty good because it is not super sweet. But here is Potter. This is Potter right now, and the thing you will notice about Potter is that he is very sad. Very, very sad. And the reason why he is sad is because Potter has he has an infection on one of his feet. And so that's why he's got the cone of shame. But he needed, additionally to the cone of shame, he needed to wear these little booties. You see the booties he's got on? The booties are there to keep him from licking his feet because you can see he can still lick the feet when he's wearing the cone of shame. He does not like the booties. He hates the booties. But so he's got to have the boots on to keep him from licking his feet. And he's got to keep the cone of shame on to keep him from like gnawing the boots off. So he is so unhappy with all of this right now. And he's just like, I hate everything. And he is being so grumpy right now. What is it? I woke up later today. I slept in a bit. And Potter had climbed up into the bed and was like leaning up against me. But the instant I woke up, he was like, I'm leaving. You don't get to enjoy, you don't get to enjoy my company. I'm out of here. So Potter with his boots, he hates the boots. Like he's like, can you take the boots off, please? So much want the boots off. We don't know exactly what he did to his feet, but yeah. All right, back to trial. We were at Me Banana.
Precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Magbanis the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached.
Nobody gives you $5,000. I have no idea what you're talking about. Here's $5,000 for charity. I just want to say, if anybody out there has no idea what I'm talking about and would like to give me $5,000 just charitably, please. Like, okay. They're so bad at crime.
His mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money.
Of course he will.
And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done.
And now you've got more problems. Like, hey, a murder didn't solve all our problems. You know what the solution is? Another murder. Like, okay, we're just gonna, like, it's gonna be murders all the way down here, right?
I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanis then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanis to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening.
I mean,
Magbanis then,
I have some
also
thoughts.
using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on the paperwork.
Oh, yes, we're going to get to that.
And in the series
we're
of recorded
get
calls
to
that we're
that.
going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over.
By the way, I've had the opportunity to read several transcripts where people are talking in these code words. And, you know, it's always so stupid. It's like, I need $5,000 for the birthday cake so that we can take it to the party and everyone will have so much cake that they will all be dead. And it's like, oh, right. That we already know what that, you know what that means, right? People are bad at code words. They're bad at talking in code. So bad.
2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second.
I love how she uses y'all, like the same charges that are before y'all in this trial. I'm like, all right, there we go.
Person in that Prius cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markell and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markell. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanis was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanis, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanis assured them they would get.
Whoa. Let's stop here and we're going to put that at 1 speed because this is like a whole moment. This is a whole moment.
The homicide was from Garcia to Magbanis, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanis assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanis brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home.
All right, so you're the defense lawyer here. The one gesture you don't want to be doing during the prosecution's opening is nodding along, right? Like, oh, yeah, she's making a great point. If your head naturally does the nodding, like, tape it to a board. Like, do not let that happen. You must poker face at this, right? This is the time to do your best. You should act like you're trying out for Weekend at Bernie's, playing the role of the dead guy, right? You should be sitting there trying to be like, no nodding. Nodding bad. Like, nodding bad.
And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanis the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together.
Oh, I watched it live, and
after
we're going to
learning
have
this from Rivera,
thoughts.
Magbanis was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement.
So I have a thought here about the whole getting paid in cash and then keeping the cash in, because like lots of businesses deal with lots of cash. And you know what they do with cash? They take the cash at the end of like every day to the cash drop at the bank. Because most businesses do not want to be sitting on tens of thousands of dollars in cash in case somebody walks in and is like, I have a shotgun and I would like to exchange the service of not shooting you in the face for money. And, you know, that is a service that is a popular service. But, you know, generally you don't want to be sitting on that kind of cash. But when I see that they're like taking all this cash and they're not putting it in a bank, I am pretty sure that this is like some tax fraud shit. That's what that feels. By the way, this is Harvey Adelson. And if you're wondering, like, why does he look like this? I don't know. It is a very interesting facial expression he's making right now. And he does look like a Ferengi. I saw people saying that he was looking like a Ferengi. But yeah, I mean, this sounds like tax fraud to me. Like, this is very, yeah.
Also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received.
Whoops. Apparently people are going to try knocking over dental offices. Dental offices get robbed. Why do dental offices get robbed? Well, usually what they're looking for at a dental office is drugs. Dentists have drugs. And, you know, so people rob dental offices, right? They also like look for gold because dentist offices might have gold, and they just look for cash, right? So, yeah. The Ferengi started as an anti-Semitic stereotype. I mean, they moved beyond that. I don't think that wasn't, you know, that wasn't what the comment was about. The comment was about the guy has a weird jowly look to him. So, yeah. All right.
And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of
I have no idea.
in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022,
I don't know the background of the Ferengi.
She was convicted. During Magbanis' trial, Katherine Magbanis took the stand and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Katherine Magbanis.
So what are they doing right here? Right now, they are absolutely kneecapping the defense. They're kneecapping the defense in this huge way. And because this is the defense theory, is that you guys are right about everyone else except Donna Adelson. And so when she's pointing out that at this other thing, this, by the way, I probably wouldn't have objected through most of this. I would object at this point. This is the point where I would object as the defense.
She insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. And in this case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanis' trial, Katherine Magbanis took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge.
Objection.
The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct.
Here's the thing. this is objectionable because it has no relevance. And, you know, the issue on this is that they're like, this is absolutely devastating to the defense. This is entirely done for prejudicial purposes and for argument. And the defense should have been on their feet on this one. They really, really, really should have. But they didn't, because this is actually stating, like, the whole purpose of this is to say, oh yeah, when they say everyone else is guilty but not her, what does it matter what somebody else testified to at their trial? Doesn't matter at all.
About every co-conspirator except for Katherine Magbanis.
There's no probative value to this. There's no, like, the only thing they're doing here is poisoning the well. And it's very effective well poisoning, but the defense shouldn't have let them get away with it.
That Katherine Magbanis was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanis finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markell and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family.
This is why you have to object when you see it coming, not just when it's there. So, yeah.
And the killers hired to kill Dan Markell. Magbanis testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. Magbanis said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanis agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markell. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanis then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Magbanis says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money.
And this is the point where my eyebrows went all the way up, because I was like, what do you mean damp like wet? Why is this money wet? Because where do most people keep their money? Well, away from sources of moisture. Although I did have a client at one point who worked as a stripper. And at one point, she brought in a bunch of cash, and the cash was in her bra, which she just like pulled out like $5,000 in cash out of her bra. And I was like, and she like hands it over, and I touch it, and it was moist, and I was like, nope, nope. I do not want this. Thanks. We're going to have to figure this out. That was kind of gross. So, yeah.
To Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Katherine Magbanis said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced.
Why? This is not how money laundering works. This is not. So money laundering is the sort of action of trying to conceal the illicit origins of money by running it through an apparently legitimate business. And why would you wash the money? Like, I don't get it. I mean, maybe they were trying to clean DNA off it, or maybe they were just so dumb that they didn't understand that money laundering doesn't mean literally laundering the money. Yeah. Exotic dancer is the preferred nomenclature. She said her occupation was stripper, so I'll go with what she said. Yeah.
In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Magbanis, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had
Happy
nothing to do
birthday.
with it. They were the innocent ones. He had crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markell without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Magbanis to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted.
So again, they are poisoning the well on this, and yeah, this this is a place where the defense should have been up on their feet and should have been saying objection, no relevance to this, and no anything. So yeah.
Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markell's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam.
By the way, if she'd gotten the emergency visa to Vietnam, Vietnam is now is now engaging in more extradition of, things with the U.S. And so Vietnam right now is in the process of they're extraditing a bunch of they haven't done full extradition, but they have said to the U.S. give us a list of your top 100 people you want. And they've started shipping them back. So if she had made it to Vietnam, she'd probably still be sitting here on trial right now.
She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam, and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markell.
I'm surprised she actually got the visa, but all right, there's her visa for the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I looked it up. You can get Vietnamese citizenship, and it looks like now they allow for dual citizenship. But you have to live in Vietnam for 5 years, and you have to speak Vietnamese to a sufficient level of proficiency. So, yeah, this guy needs another facial expression.
After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Katherine Magbanis told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to.
Whoops. That's also really, really, really bad. She's offering to pay convicts in veneers for false testimony. Oh, lovely.
One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial that Donna Adelson herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial.
Whoops. Yeah, that's not great.
Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Katherine Magbanis, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markell's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, briefly approach.
All right, so that was one hell of a good opening. Really, really good opening. And I would love to tell you that there is going to be an excellent defense opening to match this. And I'm going to still wish I could tell you that all the way through the defense opening, because the defense opening is not good. Not good. So yeah. All right, so let's go through some super chats, and then we'll go on and watch the defense. Pop Princess says, can't wait for your reaction. Thank you. Someone bloody random. Does the truck have a better radio than your car? The truck had no radio antenna, but in the other room, I have a radio antenna to replace it with. Krista H, appreciate your coverage. Thank you. Lena H, been here longer. Love the weekend live. Thank you so much. Sandy says, I need pup pick. We showed the pup pick. Nancy Druby, just hoping Potter is sad for playing on your heartstrings and not anything serious. He's got an infected foot. We're working on it. He's got probiotics and antibiotics, so those are fighting it out. But yeah, the antibiotics are for the foot. The probiotics are to make sure he doesn't feel too gross. As a result of that, not that Dinah. Yay! Thank you for tonight. Thank you. Don DeKisto, potential juror. Thank you so much for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. And we got to roll this once I find it. Here we go. And Idiot Wind, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. And Not That Dinah, thank you so much. And again, thank you so much. Very generous. Thank you. Idiot Wind, gift for all our weekend friends and Runkle's generosity or Rankle's generosity. Thank you. DSN, thanks for the membership. And 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. JG, thank you for the YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Could you summarize the Proctor Fed discovery issues? This was already discovered in Karen Reed, right? Is it just procedural that it's such a battle to get it in these other cases, or is there a real difference? Yes, but not today, because that would take me into a bit of a rabbit hole that we're going to try to dig out of. Adrienne Angevine, not even strangers on a train pulled off the perfect murder. It's true. And Celebrial, for the puppers. I'll make sure the puppers get a treat. The real Jim McIntyre. It was me, Your Honor. I did it. All of it. I just didn't do the things in that other case because I was doing this one. Sent from a non-extradition country. Victor Man 777. Donna, who bought food for the wedding reception, refused to provide kosher food. That's a dick move because, yeah, isn't everyone involved here Jewish? I submit to you comes off very not strong. You're not wrong. Music to my soul. If they had the evidence to prosecute Wendy, I doubt they would have allowed her to raise the kids for years, but we'll see what comes out in trial. Yeah. I mean, they might be hoping somebody else flips on her, but yeah. Pamela Wissenbach for the gin. Thank you. Phoenix Pod, just to annoy Runkle and to see the sad doggy picture. We showed the sad doggy picture. Gray space. Would that MSP had this ability to find evidence, right? Canton did not do all this. Aaron Penner, is this a teal super chat? Hope so, especially in Maple Bucks. It appears to be. Joy W. Ooh, a gin fizz sounds good. I like this brand because I don't know if you can see it says not too sweet. So they don't put too much sugar in it, so it actually tastes kind of grapefruity, which is what I want. Lone Star Living says, safe travels this week. Tomorrow I have to get into a car and drive for 3 hours, and it's going to suck. John Coleman, pouring beer down the sink. That's alcohol abuse. Amber says, hi, Runkle from Texas. Hello. I haven't been to Texas in a while, but I do like Texas. Mary Matilda May, love Runkle story time. Glad to glad. Tricution, hey, Runkle, if you wanted to donate the fancy RPG dice bags I gave you in Vancouver for Extra Life, I would be honored. I might do that. That would actually be kind of cool. John Coleman says, Hoss much detergent to launder money. Fair. One of the things I'm thinking of putting up one of the things I'm thinking of putting up for auction, because I might auction off the Ouchie stick. The problem is figuring out a way to ship the Ouchie stick. But and if I auction the Ouchie stick, I'll buy a new Ouchie stick. But I'm thinking of auctioning the Ouchie stick. So Jolene, sad because life was lost, but these criminals are dunces. Yes, absolutely. If I auction the Ouchie stick, I will buy a new Ouchie stick, because I'm not going to be without Ouchie sticks. But I might. It might be a thing. Idiot wins for the wheel. Thank you. Light Queen, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Peace Geek, wig fund. I'm probably not going to buy a wig, just so you know. Shay B, thank you so much, saying for the goal, and then for the wig, and for the wig. You guys might actually bully me into buying a wig. Okay. Priscilla Stevenson, thank you so much. Ryan Bibbs, thank you as well. Hugs to Potter. I will make sure he gets the hugs, but right now, Potter is kind of salty. Potter does not really like all of that. So yeah. Phoenix Paw, how long detergent to launder money? Melissa Webb, love the weekend live. Hope you'll do more. I might. Kurt Meyer, what do you mean? Surely with all the money she laundered, she can afford an amazing lawyer. She might be able to, but yeah. If one country doesn't have an extradition treaty with another under international law, the requested country can still send the person to the requesting state, but it's done case by case. I'm pretty sure that Adelson would have been one of the cases to release it. I missed Potter pick. Oh no, lol. We could do the Potter pick again. I think I've got the Potter pick available. Here we go. This is the Potter pick. So this is Potter being super salty because he has got to, he's got the cone of shame, but he's also got the booties of shame. And the booties of shame are because he's got a foot infection. And so we have to put the booties on him so that he doesn't lick the infection. The other thing is he's got to have two booties because, and I'm going to feel a little bad about this, we initially only put one booty on him. We put one booty on Potter just on his infected foot. And but when he's got one booty on one of his front feet, then he was uneven walking with his front feet. And so he was walking very awkwardly. And it looked ridiculous. And so we were like, we better put a second boot on him, because he was just like, it was throwing off his cadence trying to move, and it was so ridiculous. I love the dog, but man, was it ridiculous when he was trying to walk sort of out of step. No, I didn't get video of him walking with just one, but yeah. We've got booties for his back feet, but we decided he didn't need those. So he's good. So all right. Yeah, let's resume. We're gonna go see we're going to see the defense opening, which is a whole moment. It is a whole thing. All right, here we go.
Educate himself so that he could get near.
Whoop. All right. Do they have a blacked out spot?
At the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot.
All right. They, for some reason, have a blanked out portion on the Court TV feed. We're going to try to find this another way. All right. We're going to track this down via a different feed because that's no good. We need that defense opening. Alrighty here. And whoop. Is this gonna work? Gonna jack the volume. Oh, we're gonna see something very special here. I'm just going to embiggen. I think it's muted in the feed, but you're gonna see something very special here. The judge laughing. He looks awesome. Is the infection why he had tummy issues? I don't think so. I think the tummy issues predated it. So, yeah. All right. We're going to...
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement at this time?
Yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsel. Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the
I got no issues with her starting off being sort of casual relating to the jury, right? Cool. Good stuff. So far, she's doing great.
course of the proceedings that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well.
This is also a reasonable thing for her to say, right? And I'm going to turn up the volume on her because it is super quiet. She is very, very quiet. It is reasonable for her to say, like, listen, you know, you've heard from the prosecution, but give us a fair shake too, right? Give us a fair chance.
You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but for an hour, you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Dan Markell. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know what's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markell. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor.
What? And this is the point where I started. This is pretty much the point where I was like, I guess I'm going to cover this because I have so many feelings. This is the point where I was like, I have to because she's like, don't forget the victim. And I'm like, this is what you never do as the defense, because when they have sympathy for the victim, they want to convict somebody, anybody, right? Anybody.
Adelson is on trial, that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markell. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. His career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him.
Also, he earned a lot is a weird ass statement to put in here. By the way, as the defense, you don't want to seem too chummy with the victim. You go with Mr. Markell. You go with Dan Markell. Danny is a little too familiar, right? A little wee bit too familiar for this. So, yeah, I already have some thoughts.
You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markell, Dr. Markell, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean it.
No, if you've got to apologize to the jury for it, don't do it. You can just say Dr. Markell or Mr. Markell or or Dan Markell. The jury is smart enough to figure out who Dan Markell is. Yeah.
Disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markell than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children, and this happened to him. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens to divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does.
Nobody cares about your divorce. It seems like she was chipped, because that felt to me like she was saying, my divorce was friendly. She doesn't specifically say my divorce, but that's what it sounds like she's saying. And I'm like, nobody cares about you. You do not matter here. Right? You do not matter here in the slightest.
And a lot of things were said. But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these...
You don't need to sound cheerful about this either. Like, all of this, I'm just like, don't like...
little boys that he had. The divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be.
I don't like this. And I really don't like this. And it came from both the prosecution and the defense. Both of them. This is not true. This is not correct. And I feel like they should be doing their best to be accurate about this, because it's not the end of things, right? She could have tied them up, bringing repeated cases about, repeated things about this, arguing, change of circumstances for forever. No, whenever I do recaps, I do the openings in their entirety. And yeah. Why isn't it true? Because ultimately, if there's a material change, they can bring a new application. So yeah.
Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like...
Don't do this. Don't do this as a defense lawyer. Like, don't be like, I don't know about, like, playing up ignorance. Sometimes there's a time and a place for it, but it is not in front of the jury in your opening. If you want to explain what Skype is, you can do that. You can say, if you don't know what Skype is, it's like, it's a voice chat, like it's like a FaceTime, right? You can do that. But don't be like, I don't know what Skype is. I just got here, right? Like, don't like it. Don't like it. Why is she limping? Because she's got some sort of disability, and that's not what I'm going to criticize her about.
FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids.
You can FaceTime on a computer. Like, okay.
So that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen.
By the way, I 100% believe that her thing about, like, I don't know what Skype is an affectation, because of course a lawyer should, and like former judge should know what Skype is. That's like, she's pretending not to know what Skype is, but of course you know what Skype is. So yeah.
So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around state, and he would read bedtime stories to them. He didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence.
Why are you doing this? Because I look at this and I go, okay, you are helping to convict your client, because ultimately what you are doing here is that you are saying, you're saying your client, like, you're spinning to this, or to the jury, how tragic it is that this murder happened, which lends towards conviction, not towards acquittal. I don't get this. And what I think this is a failed attempt to do is to be like, we're all on the same side. We all hate the murderers. We all hate the murderers. But, oh my God, I don't think she's doing a great job at being like, we're all on the same side, because the opening really gutted them on this. This is leading the jury to think, I want to convict somebody, and they only get to, like, if they want to convict somebody, there's only one body in this courtroom that they get to convict, and that is Donna Adelson.
In their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences, all of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things.
So they're going to pull out a bunch of stuff saying, okay, in context, she, sometimes she said nice things. And here's the thing. In any divorce, you're going to get horrible stuff said. And some of that will, because that is just one of the things that people will say nice things. They will say horrible things because they're having all sorts of emotions. And that is reasonable. That's expected. That is entirely what you, and this is the problem with when you get investigated for something, which is that they go through all of your text messages and so forth, and they pick out the worst stuff you say, and they're going to pull it out of context, right? Think of the Karen Reed trial, right? Think of the Karen Reed trial where they're pulling out all of the nasty stuff she said and going, well, that's out of context. Well, that's what they do. So, yeah. Oh my God, chat. I just, so I've been sort of distractedly also looking at other things, and I just saw what might be the most horrific product ever. And I kind of want to share it with you guys. How do I do this? All right, let's pull this down so that I can share with you something horrible I saw. It is wild that this is a product that exists. Here we go. This is a canned haggis. Canned haggis. Why? Why does canned haggis exist? Why? I
want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64
I may have to try it.
Married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning,
who cares
got
who
up and
owns
went
it?
To work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out at 7:30 every morning. She was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us.
Who
She's
cares?
a normal person. People who know Donna.
You couldn't be a murderer if you have a job. Is that the line here? I don't get it at all, but okay.
Will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be.
Ooh, wait. Are they planning to actually, this is one of the, they say people who know her will tell you this. Now, is this colloquially, or is this that they actually plan to call evidence that, of her character? Because if they call evidence of her character, then at that point, the prosecution gets to call evidence of her character. And that is almost always deadly. Let me give you the example. I've given this one to law students or junior lawyers who thought about this one. Let's imagine that your client is literally Jesus. And you're thinking, well, nobody is going to say anything bad about Jesus. Well, if you read your Bible, people said bad things about Jesus all the time. And so what they will do if you're at a trial is they'll come out and be like, oh, right. Remember that time he, knocked over all those money changers tables, or you'll have some guy being like, I was trying to sell I was trying to sell wine at a wedding, and that motherfucker showed up and started giving it away for free. He was just there to destroy my business. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are. There's going to be somebody out there who hates Mr. Rogers, right? If you, if your client is Mr. Rogers, there's going to be somebody out there going, he's not that, he's not my neighbor. Like, it doesn't matter who you are or how good you are. They're going to find people who hate your client. They're going to find people who hate your client, and they're going to bring every one of them out. Like the person you dated in high school where it didn't go well. That person will be there to be like, yeah, fuck them. Somebody who has a dispute with the, with like, their dental bill or something like that, right? Like, it doesn't matter how good you are, how perfect you are, how amazing you are. Somebody out there is going to show up to say that you are the worst person ever. And yeah, it just, they're going to be out there, right? 100%.
She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself.
And I see people saying nobody could possibly dislike Mr. Rogers. I'll show you, like, if Mr. Rogers was on, was on video, like was on trial, what would they be doing? They'd be pulling out, what do you call it? Where's that clip? Let's see. There's a clip here that that they would absolutely pull out. If you're Mr. Rogers and you're on trial and you've introduced character evidence, here's what they will show the jury. It'll be this. They'd have Mr. Rogers flipping the double bird, right? And they'd be like, oh, he's a totally awful person. Look at him flipping the, there are children in that audience and he's doing this. That's what the trial would be like, right? So, yeah.
Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about.
Oh, good. The state's going to be able to prove some of the things they were talking about. You want to talk about what they can't prove. You don't want to talk up that they're going to be able to prove some things. That's not good.
Can everybody see it okay? No. Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
The difference here is kind of striking because the prosecution is like, look at our very slick display. And then the defense is like, and look at our arts and crafts. Yeah, okay.
So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that day. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny all over town. Started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were.
And you see in the corner here, they've got the like clip art money. And the like, is this a picture of the evidentiary gun, or is this just a gun that they found the image of? This looks like the kind of project, like the kind of thing you put up at like, you know, your third grade science fair. Not the kind of thing that should be, you know.
Going to school,
So there we go.
School where he dropped them off. Watched him drop those kids off. Followed him to the gym. Waited outside the gym for him. Followed him to his house. Pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markell is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him, not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man.
Why are you talking up the brutally murdered? Like, this is what you want to talk down. I don't understand it at all.
Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markell, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said.
I guess what she's trying to say is they've already been convicted, so you don't need to do anything. It's, you know, they already got justice. Okay, cool.
That they can prove that everybody can see, okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanis, her name's Katherine, some people call her Katie. They can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100. Well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markell. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
And the prosecution is sitting there with this expression like, where is she going with this? Where is this going? And I am also having that feeling. Yeah.
This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told.
Whoa, let's talk about phrasing. The jury is going to remember lines. And by the end of this, when you think about anything you say, you should be thinking, what if this is the line that sticks in the jury's head and is the line that the jury relies on later, right? And so What you don't want is the line that sticks in the jury's head to be something like this
was the
one.
reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened.
Don't say Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Because, yeah, I mean, this is not... You don't want that to be the line that sticks in the jury's head, and the jury is like, well, you know, okay, I guess she's guilty. You should avoid that phrasing any time you possibly can. And I've got a new goal here for a hot sauce wheel, but yeah, we'll see
this
if we get
story,
there.
and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials.
Why the hell would the prosecution care about making money for the media? They don't. Okay, so yeah.
Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind.
Why are you saying this over and over and over again? You know, you've just said she's the matriarch mastermind. If that's the line that sticks in their head, then great. You've put that notion into their skull and you get to eat that. And that is not good. I think I mangled my metaphors there, but oh well. We're this is a bad style of opening.
Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they
That's
actually
a better
have
line
as
there.
evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markell's murder, that she engaged these men to kill him, and that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him, and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you...
Are they going to go as well as your opening arguments? Because I got some feelings about your opening arguments. All right.
Well, he's going to give it before. He's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman...
Why are you again phrasing all of these things in snippets that if the jury listens to them...
What each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die.
Don't say to the jury, she planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. Do not phrase it like this. It really, really is not helpful. Yeah.
That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. Zalman, if you could take down the easels at this time. Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls James Dagger.
The state is like, we are down to clown. Thank you. All right. So let's listen a bit to Jim Geiger. We're not going to watch his whole testimony. We're just going to see a little bit of it.
For a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up. The car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking. But I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
and
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then.
He just had a feeling, right? And this guy is a great witness to start with, because there's nothing you can do to like poke holes in his story. And he is just, I imagine this is like the kind of guy who just, keeps an eye on, like, if you send your kids out to play alone, he's looking out the window to make sure they're okay. And maybe goes out like occasionally with like a thing of, Werther's original to hand out to the kids, right? So.
And I saw that the driver's side window had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get it.
This is kind of the thing that makes me think that he was probably like unsavable at the moment. Because if he's doing like this kind of stuff when he's been shot, it's probably that he's not able to. It's probably that he's not able to really, anything other than just like sort of, unconscious motions. It's rough, right? So.
Any response other than the head rolling, so I hollered again, Danny,
He's
what's
unresponsive.
happened? Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it, and it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4. I'm going to draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish State 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markell so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed. And the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection, States 4.
Objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markell?
yes, it is.
May I introduce States 5? Judge?
Objection. States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5. What did you know about Mr. Markell?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple?
I mean, this guy just seems like such a sweetheart, right? I think he's fantastic. We get a lot of testimony from various forensic experts who are like, yes, he's actually dead. That is kind of an important, important thing there. But yeah. Let's see here. I think there's a portion that I wanted to mention. All right. I think it was here. Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic. The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses, I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when the testimony is occurring or the evidence. I know you may have a natural reaction, but as
he says natural reaction, and he's being kind to her, but you'll note that he doesn't say, I'm going to just address everybody. He doesn't say we're just like whoever might have an emotion. He's like specifically Mrs. Adelson. He's like, I know you may have a natural reaction. I don't think her reactions are natural because she's doing a lot of things, but yeah.
best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party...
He's like, you need to do this in front of the, or you need to like sort your shit out, because I will pull this courtroom over and we will absolutely do this in front of the jury if I have to. Can you give me a shout out for being 4.5 years cancer free? That is awesome, Llama Pajama. Keep it going. I hope to be giving you a shout out when you hit 5 years, because that is awesome. So congratulations. I forget which expert was the firearm expert. They did have a guy who talked about guns, but it wasn't super.
to be heard before we before we go into the lunch break.
There you go.
Right. Please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
I forget which one it was, but they weren't terribly significant. Most of the witnesses were fairly straightforward, but let's go to this. And I can hit some super chats while this is getting queued up.
That's fine. Go ahead.
She washed the money on the Yentl cycle. I don't know what that means. Ryan Bibbs, thank you so much. Laura Leanne, woohoo, thank you for the bonus live stream. Thank you. Sharon T, would love to hear more about your law experiences. Maybe a book one day. Maybe, but I'm bad at finishing things. T. Cancella, thank you for the gifted membership. Sharon T, thank you for the super sticker. Mary Matilda May, I grew some Thai hot peppers this year. I'm envious. They are delicious. I love Thai peppers. Manisha says, hot sauce is my favorite meal. There are times I'll eat things that are just purely a vector for hot sauce. Parrot Court, just let the jury deliberate now. No, they got to hear some evidence. And Michelle, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. All right, let's rock and roll.
The defense advised they've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. To exhibit 64 is email exhibit, it's a composite, and I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as exhibit 64A. Yeah, Coach.
Okay.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson, and Wendy replied March 28, 2011. It includes content and paragraph.
Also, maybe I think this goal has run out. It ends in 10 minutes. Whether or not we succeed at this goal, I'll set the next goal of explaining why I was looking at British food stuff, and it is a little bit weird, but yeah, here we go.
There's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids, and knowing that is Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says. This is objecting to that item. On relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim, and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Wolford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It's a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents. Wendy made comments, and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and Wendy are still together.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about the comments towards his parents.
So, I mean, it sounds like the issue is comments like, basically that she doesn't just dislike this guy, but she also dislikes the, the guy's parents. And I'm like, all right, I kind of see the defense perspective in that she's not accused of murdering the parents. So, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yep.
Kathleen as it relates to the comments going towards the parents.
I think it's relevant, Judge. It goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her and her family. And that's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike. It just goes to the motive.
And here's the thing. The judge is thinking about this. This is not a snap decision. The judge, and I love this judge so much because he's like, I'm going to think about this. And then he's going to come out with a ruling. He's pondering it, right? I love when you see a judge like actually thinking about it and going, I've got to actually make some decision on this.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Yes.
Very well. No objection. I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence, you may request it now.
So the judge is like, I'm going to allow it for this limited purpose. What sort of limiting instruction do you want? And this is the point where you either say, Judge, I'm going to, ask for a limiting instruction. Here's what I propose. Or you might say, Judge, we need 5 minutes to think about this, right? We need some time to consider. And I bet this judge would give it to you.
If we're asking, yes, we've asked for limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Dan Markell. I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendy have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective.
He's arguing the issue he just lost on, which not the best move.
But this is as to it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what the
Deceased
point suggests.
or his family.
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markell's family. And so I'm
That's kind of
confused.
I mean, he should be arguing, and this is, reasonable for him to argue, is like, listen, the family's unrelated, right? He's not accused of murdering the family. So what does it matter if she has animosity towards the family or any other person who isn't Dan Markell?
To the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markell, and all things Dan Markell needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation of the grandparents and things like that, but obviously that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back.
This is a dangerous answer, because it's basically like, you prevented me from calling any evidence on this, so here's how I'm trying to get it in anyway. Which, if I was the judge, I'd be like, sounds like you're just trying to work around my ruling, and no.
Back is 328 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back the furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss.
If you're at a loss, the thing to do is ask for more time, right? You can say, Your Honor, can I get this to you by end of day? I don't think they're going to be calling it right away. You can say, can I have 5 minutes? But you got to do something other than just, I don't know, Judge. I don't know. I don't know.
I think that an instruction that, this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. Obviously disagree with the state's argument concerning this. So I'm looking for suggestions.
Would be considered for the defendant's state of mind as it related to the deceased or his family?
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It has not to do with the deceased.
Ms. Katherine. Very well. Now, let's go through them.
Yes, sir. States Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
Yeah, no.
This email is from Donna Adelson to Wendy Adelson, showing her a list of.
By the way, if you're wondering why this stuff matters and why I'm covering it, a lot of trials are won and lost on the basis of what evidence gets excluded. There are a lot of trials, and just one piece of evidence that gets excluded can be the difference in a big way.
Prospective love interest from the website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendy. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over her children's lives, how much she inserted herself into their private lives. And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
I mean, the number of parents who have been like, oh, I there's a nice whoever, like, thankfully my parents never did this, but I've had parents like try to feel me out for if I could be introduced to like their daughter, because they're like, oh, you're a lawyer. Well, I have a daughter, and it's like, I am married. They go, oh, it happens.
This is not an email from my client to Wendy Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client has. It doesn't say anything, the copy I have at least, doesn't say anything at all about Wendy Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top page. It's my fault.
And this was her forwarding this, or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's States Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well.
What's the date on that?
Stay on that, Scott.
So this immediately to me raises hearsay issues because, you know, did Donna Adelson actually
As to
put
any
anything in
questioning
this?
of Wendy Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked. But as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is a
Well,
statement of a
definitely
party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging of their children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to dissidence.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markell.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. That, you know, it's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree. As to this motion, or excuse me, as to this item, this is 64I.
I occasionally post on Blue Sky. I'm not very good at it.
Right. As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendy Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendy Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
So I love this judge, and he's super frustrated with like, why wasn't this done beforehand? Why wasn't this, you know, why weren't these pretrial motions?
The rule as to lack of foundation, the investigator may testify as to his personal knowledge of the investigation. Concerning hearsay, Ms. Kappelman.
Did Mrs. Adelson respond to this email?
Your Honor, can object again. Mrs.
One
Adelson,
moment, members of the jury, the bail is going to take a vote.
He's like, I'm going to object again. He's like, jury, out you go. I got to do some yelling.
Investigator Eisen, if you could step down, please, sir. So, not to sound like a broken record, but that part where the jurors need to go home, so the issues concerning these documents can be worked through. Concerning that, Mr. Zellman, what is your position?
Judge, I've said all along.
I know what your argument is, but as to the items the state is seeking to admit today, are there going to be more challenges of this nature? If you have objections, I will rule on them, but we're not going to waste the jurors' time.
Judge, as to 64AA, my client and her husband shared an email address. There's no evidence as to who sent the response that the state is trying to get to.
How many parts of 64 is the defense objecting to?
All of them.
Scotland, concerning AA, is the foundation need to be laid amongst multiple witnesses, or is Detective Eisen capable of doing this?
As far as to whom the email address belonged, that will have to be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Very well. Is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
I love how he's just like, he's using his I will pull this courtroom over or I will drive this off a cliff voice. When the judge starts speaking with periods after every word, let's put it to one speed here.
Be tied up with Wendy Adelson.
Very well. Is there any other parts of Exhibit 64 that need to be dealt with now while the jurors are out of the room? Please look through it.
when the judge starts speaking with a period after every single word, you know you're in some trouble, right? You know you're in you're in the shit. Because yep. And you know, this is not like Judge Canone where she like leans on one side. The he's given grief to both sides. Oh, Lori, thank you so much for the very generous very generous PayPal. Because now I got to roll this. Thank you so much, Lori. I see the thing about check your PayPal, and I see why. So thank you so much. Says thank you for the bonus live stream. I really needed your humor and Ruggletarian chat family. So thank you. All right, let's we'll jump ahead a little bit here. I'm not sure which goal Lori hit. Lori, pick a goal you want me to hit. Jumping ahead a little bit while they figure this out. All right, we'll just jump right to here.
Markell's vehicle?
Yes, it's a black Honda four-door. Same car.
And that's Mr. Markell parking right
All
there
right,
behind the flagpole?
we'll hit it.
Correct.
What is this vehicle?
That will be the suspect vehicle.
And
Green
is-
Prius.
Okay, consistent with the description given by Mr. Geiger?
They said a light colored or silverish, and the car color is a silver pine mica.
I'm just kind of surprised that the killers are like,
Who's
well,
that
we're going to
in the
drive a
vehicle?
Prius.
That's Mr. Markell actually his vehicle.
They're very environmentally conscious murderers.
That's him in the red shirt?
That's correct. It's Mr. Markell entering Premier's main doors.
I feel really bad for Mr. Markell in part. I mean, not just because of the murdering, but like the last thing he might have done before he got murdered is like leg day. And when I think of all the things you might want to do before you got murdered, leg day is the last on that list. So, yeah.
What do we see in this image?
I'm sorry.
What do we see in this portion of the tape?
That's the suspect vehicle, Prius, driving through the parking lot.
At this point, is Mr. Markell inside the gym?
He's inside, yes. This is still in the front section where the car went from right to left.
This is still part of the Premier Gym parking lot?
Correct. Yes, it's just the opposite camera facing the opposite direction. It's the car reversing course, coming back towards the front doors.
Yep.
Can I just point out that there's a guy who almost saved a life here. Could have almost saved a life. And it's just pure accident.
Yep.
That near collision, if that had turned into an actual collision, it might have thrown this entire plot out of line.
Okay, now what's the time on the video here?
I can't remember, 10:30. This is 10:38.
Is this Mr. Markell exiting the gym at this
He's
point?
exiting the premier and the same door he came in.
It's 10:33 on the thing.
Sorry,
He just said
10:33 on the
10:38.
timestamp.
Thank you.
There we go.
That's Mr. Markell making his way to the parking lot where his car is parked.
Once he gets in the car, does he sit there a few minutes, or is that at the front end?
I'm sorry.
Does he sit in his car for a few minutes at one point?
Just a short period of time. Then his car starts backing up.
It's probably on the phone. I don't know about that, because is there any evidence
That's
that
him
they
exiting.
is there any evidence that they were able to like pick the color of the vehicle, or is that just chance? So
Well, we see the suspect vehicle pulled
It's
out
coming
behind
from the
him.
backside. See it? Same suspect vehicle following the direction of Markell's car.
Right, and it exits the parking lot at 10:39 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And based on what would be the logical route from here to Mr. Markell's home, did you try to get some additional surveillance to see if you could catch the suspect vehicle any further?
So show of hands, how many of us are going to be driving, like, because I got a lengthy drive tomorrow. I got to drive for 3 hours. How many of us are going to be sitting there and are going to be going like, and just really paying attention to who's in the rearview mirror and who's going to, if anyone's following us? Because I'm going to.
What was that?
That was the location was the business. No, I'm sorry, it's a bus video off of a bus at McClay Commerce Boulevard and Thomasville Road.
All right. And were you able to actually find some bus video from both before and after the shooting of the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were those the raw data that you collected from the bus compiled into clips similar to what we saw on the gym video?
That's correct.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence States Exhibit 120, a thumb drive containing the bus raw data, and States Exhibit 90, a disc containing the bus video clips.
Any objection? There you are. States 90 and 120 are admitted.
Permission to publish States 90.
Right.
All right, if you can pause it for just a minute. Can you orient us? Is this the McClay Commerce?
Yes, this is the bus is pointing east. So just beyond that circle is where the flyover starts. If you're going southbound, you can take a flyover, get on Capitol Circle after you pass McClay Gardens and everything. So this car is on Thomasville Road, not the flyover, and it is going southbound.
All right, and this camera is mounted on the bus. That's how we were able to get this image?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a city bus.
Continue, please. The time on this, 10:44 a.m., is
Correct.
that right? And what is this orange circle?
This is the Prius going the same direction as Markell's car, southbound on Thomasville Road.
Okay, now where are we?
This is southbound on Thomasville. We've gone underneath the I-10 overpass, and we're at Metropolitan Boulevard, and the bus just so happens to pull up right behind the Prius.
Based on the image in this
There's
exhibit right here,
cameras
were you able to deduce
everywhere
the tag
now.
number of the Prius?
No,
That would have saved you a lot of
a
trouble,
lot
wouldn't it?
of time. Yes. The video could not be enhanced anymore.
And thank you, Kim. I just saw the PayPal.
Does evidence suggest
come in.
that Markell had already gone on through past this traffic light?
Correct, because this car was behind Markell's car. So he must have beat the light or got to the intersection before this.
Saying for the bonus Saturday stream, thanks for keeping me company while I finish up a remodel. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is kind of this weird, creepy thing, right? Because the bus wouldn't have known that the people ahead of him were trained killers, right? And if you're wondering why does the bus have cameras, it's just to monitor what
Okay,
the bus
now,
does.
can you orient us?
I believe we're now at Thomasville Road, southbound at Benton. And that circle was the Prius in the left turn lane to go from Thomasville eastbound on Benton Road.
And is that the way to Mr. Markell's residence?
Not this time. He turned beforehand. We found out later on.
We found out later that Mr. Markell turned later on.
Yes.
But this is the
car
way the
turned.
suspect vehicle goes.
Right. He turns left.
Okay, can you get to Mr.
And then
Markell's
there's some
residence
random
from
guy getting his bike
Benton
off
Road,
the
the way he
front.
turned?
Yes.
All right, now, can you back it up, please? So the last time we see the suspect vehicle turning off Thomasville onto Benton Road is what time? Hit play, please.
10:51.
Okay.
Oh, I'm being told to
And
check my
what time does our,
e-transfer.
please, what time does our 911 call come in?
11:02 a.m.
Okay, so he was killed between 10:51 and 11:02.
Oh,
Well,
thank you, Rob.
We never got any more than that. But
Okay. Tell me how you
And Rob Price coming in with thank you.
narrowed it down further.
well, this bus now, this is a different bus, same city bus group, but this is a totally different bus. It's northbound on Thomasville Road. So based on the time, this bus is northbound. The shooting has already happened, and you'll see that the Prius catches up in the same lane as that black vehicle there next to the bus at 10:55, I believe. 10:55. Here it comes.
All right, so they got a whole bunch of video of that. We're gonna go over to this guy because this guy is kind of surprisingly awesome. Switch my choice to hot sauce. You don't want to hear about the food anymore? All right. Then I got to make a hot sauce wheel.
You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
I got to pick out some hot sauces for a hot sauce wheel. Good thing I've got a whole bunch of hot sauces in here.
So you're closer to that microphone.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
State case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second degree murder.
You can speak up, Mr. Rivera. That'd be so.
Guilty to second degree murder.
That's a sweetheart deal that he got second degree because
What was
could've
your
easily
sentence
gotten
on the
first.
second-degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
I'm a co-defendant, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No,
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
no, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
And you can see
Have you
he's
been
got a
offered
lot more
anything on your federal
tattoos than he
sentence?
used to have.
From doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So to cooperate and get
Not
this
a
deal,
great
you had to turn
friend.
on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Katherine Magbanis?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Maybe get better ones than he's
And
got.
did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, IPs, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie,
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
$35,000 is, when you think about it, not a whole lot of money. Not a whole lot of money overall. Yeah. Do I have any tattoos? No. I've thought about it, but every time I think about getting a tattoo, it's I end up deciding not to before I actually get it done. So I always, anytime I think about doing it, like getting a tattoo, I'm like, I will, I'll think about it for a year and then I just end up not doing it.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it told it was be like 100, something like that.
Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Because of Tudo Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Did you have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markell's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
So
Did
they
you
got
and
a
Rivera
little
refer to each
package
other- I'm
of
sorry,
like
you and
info.
Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phones.
The judge is like, phones off, please.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, States 44. Introduce States 44, Your Honor.
States 24 submitted.
Publishing States 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Now I'm hungry.
Were you at the
Order
time of this
something.
murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast,
Probably too late to get
135th
something
Street, number
decent.
14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who
Oh.
rented the car for the June trip,
The first one.
if you remember?
I can't really remember. It's so
Okay,
long.
but one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
Shit, I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markell on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markell with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. What was the other gun?
So 38,
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markell's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
Followed him to a
I
daycare.
don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markell killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing for the no kids. But
He had the kids with him?
yeah, yes, he did.
So he's like, hey, I don't want to kill him in front of his kids. I'm just going to say there are some people who might have been entirely down with shooting him in front of his kids. And it's a really good thing that that one of those people wasn't pulled up. So, I had a thought of ordering like from Nando's chicken, and they have no chicken. That's interesting.
But for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
they
so
weren't
did
going to
come back
pay
in
you
July, is
for
that right?
not doing it.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
You rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
No, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38?
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
38
Do you
revolver.
remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
When we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
You will lose your security deposit around that. And, but let's look at this.
Remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
When we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay.
Gun safety is a good idea, right? Gun handling is helpful because you don't want to have a negligent discharge, and that could have gone into like somebody's leg. And the thing is, if it had, then maybe it would have, maybe that would have interrupted things. There's all these little places where it might have interrupted the whole, the whole process, but it didn't quite.
And that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay. But he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it didn't have a gas line anymore, so wasn't able to run on gas. Fair enough.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia? Or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markell again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markell.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markell's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markell was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
So can we just talk about like how ridiculously honest this guy is? Because he's sitting here he's just like, yeah, I totally murdered that guy. And, I did it for money and all of this. And it's because like there's no consequences to it. He's going to get convicted. And in fact, there could be consequences instead if he, if he refused to testify or if he fought with them or whatever else. But I'm still I'm still pretty impressed that the guy is like, this guy is just completely unvarnished about his, about this. So he's just like, I'm just gonna tell exactly what's going on. So good for him. And Laura Liani, I just saw we got to play this. So thank you, Hua. All right. Yeah, but I mean, he's being pretty, like, even compared to people who got other deals, he's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markell?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markell? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage and sitting down on the driver's side on the phone
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
He doesn't seem proud. He just
Just
seems
seconds.
like business.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some
Now you might be wondering, why isn't the defense objecting here on, for all the hearsay? Well, I mean, the defense doesn't really their position is actually that, yes, this guy killed this guy. But the defense also made a stupid move. They told the jury, we're not going to hide anything from you. And when they tell the jury, we're not going to hide anything from you, it becomes difficult at that point to step up and start objecting to, to the hearsay issues or anything else, because then it looks like you're trying to hide something. So defense may have painted themselves into a bit of a corner there.
Overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
I got stopped somewhere to eat, then went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibits.
I really hope this guy's
39,
able to get some,
40,
get
41,
rehabilitated and
42,
rebuild a
43.
life, because,
38 and 43.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
So that's you at the ATM? Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish introduce States 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
Can I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought he said he was getting
Exhibit
out at
41.
19,
He's
but I
the
don't know.
passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee
Or
on the bus
19
video?
years
Absolutely.
total.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning,
Was that the next day?
the next day.
I'm
Do you
surprised
remember
they
that on
didn't
that
get part in
Saturday morning you
advance.
got a call from Katherine Magbanis?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never called your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She couldn't
right?
get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
He
So when
was
you say they-
off
that
with
Katie
this
was
other
with both
woman,
of them.
okay.
Do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
Are they going to bring Shrimp in to testify?
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in the barbershop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. They I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in the barbershop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house about the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Defense is also not
Was there anything
objecting it
unusual about
here.
how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was all stapled. Never
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash. All
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds of $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
See, I've seen stapled money before, and you know where you will usually see stapled money? Evidence bags. When they seize like $20,000 from your client, they will be like, okay, $1,300 bills, and they'll staple them into the bag, and just so that they don't move around in the bag. So I've seen stapled money lots of times, but it's always evidence bags from and yes, the cops staple it. The reason why they staple it is so you've got this evidence bag, right? And then they lay out the 13, let's say there's $1,300 bills, right? They'll layer them out so that you can see all 13, right? They'll kind of fan them out, and then they'll staple them within the bag, so that it all like so that you can see them and so they don't move in the bag, right? So when the bag is, lifted up and shaken or whatever, they're all laid out like that. And then it doesn't move. And so you can just see it and count it and so forth, because that's just kind of the way that is. So really common for like cash police seizures. But so I'm kind of surprised that he's like, I've never seen it like that before. And I'm also kind of surprised that, like, if they brought in the money all stapled together, it might have been a real, real concern that they might have been like, why are you stapling it? Cops staple money. What is it? That's dumb and destruction of money. The money's still good, even with the staple through it. So, what's wrong with the rubber band? When it's rubber banded together, you cannot see it. So I got to start a new goal here. We'll just do a puppers goal to try to bring the puppers up here. Potter probably will not come upstairs because he is sulking. He'll come upstairs for dinner, but I don't think he's going to come up for treats. But I can try to bring the pups here. So I'll start another goal. Let's try that. Start goal. An error occurred. Please try again. Why is that coming up with an error? There we go. It didn't like the word puppers for some reason. So, yeah.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
He's got a foot infection, so he's unhappy with it.
Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to defense.
No objection.
There, but
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, you bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases?
The motorcycle.
Probably like a month. Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136, please. Is it? I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136.
Hello.
Yes. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes,
He's got
ma'am.
to take
Is
them
that
off
your
every once in a
verifying
while
validated name?
and
You know that person and that is their voice.
Absolutely.
wipe them with an
Yes.
This
antibacterial.
time it has to move in evidence
Bacterial.
136.
objection. 136, wasn't it?
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This guy's just like, I just want to go back to court. Actually, he's probably hoping that they feed him because he might get a better meal at the courthouse than, well, no, often the courthouse meals suck. So at one point I got given a courthouse meal because I was at the courthouse and I was hungry, and they're like, well, we got an extra lunch. Do you want it? Like a prisoner lunch? And so the courthouse prisoner lunches were 2 slices of white bread with like a little bit of butter and a piece of bologna in the middle. And that's it. Like that was the sandwich, was just like a piece of bologna between 2 pieces of white bread and a juice box and an apple. And it was like, okay, this will feed you, but it is not tasty.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Rolly has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time. Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I wouldn't want to rob them myself.
He's like,
Did
I
you
would have
suggest
jacked
to
it.
Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that. Yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
He's like, I would have jacked that guy in a second. Man, that ticker on the bottom is really annoying. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go. We'll just do that. No, jurors and judges will get better food. And yeah. The prison he probably gets better food at the prison. Oh, my back just had a spasm. Ha. Oof. Strongly prosecution side.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me.
I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make
I like that. Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. And he's like, what? What do they do if a prisoner is legitimately allergic to foods? They serve them something else. Some prisoners get like special meals because they have allergies or whatever else.
sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markell's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
At daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym.
Ooh,
just
I got to
followed him.
respond to
You followed him to the
something.
No.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, was past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so yeah, Koberger's getting vegan. That's allowed. Yeah, she says the wrong name a whole bunch of times.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera.
He's like, that's twice. he does not like that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
By the way, you don't want to act like that clueless in front of a jury because you want the jury to think you know what you're doing. Can they get kosher meals? Yes, they can also get halal meals. And yeah, tofu is a very common protein for regular meals. Also true. So, yep.
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie Magbanis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markell, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next
I would just be going with Dan Markell, but okay.
to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
So he didn't know Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson. Okay. Doesn't matter. I don't think this is a big dunk, but it helps.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
He needs to remain under parole, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
All right. So, had tofu once, enough said. There are some tofu dishes I like. There's some tofu dishes I really like, in fact, but tofu soup is pretty awesome overall. But so we hit a couple of goals that I owe you guys stuff for. So we'll also go through super chats here. But that's pretty much the end of day 1 because that's basically all that happens. And yeah, so I think the prosecution had a very strong day 1, but the thing is the prosecution should be having strong first days, right? That's kind of what you expect. So yeah. All right. Yeah, tofu soup is amazing. I don't have a really good tofu soup place in Edmonton, unfortunately, but yeah. And but religious meals are not automatic here. They can look behind the request. Are you legitimately of that faith? Then they consult with religious leaders to see what real restrictions are. Yes, they do that here too. And usually if you get a religious meal here, usually the religious meal is just like the same but less. And so it's like, all right, what do the halal meal, the Jewish meal, and the vegetarian meal all have in common? No meat. Because it's often easy to make a kosher meal by just putting no meat in it. It's like, all right, that's how you get kosher. No meat. And similarly halal, it's like, all right, no meat. So yeah, that is a thing, right? Where they just say, because hey, how do you make sure you don't mix, beef with milk? Well, by not including any beef in it ever. And how do you make sure there's no pork in it? By not putting any meat in it ever, right? So, yeah, it's a whole thing. So, all right. So I promised a few different things. One of them is a hot sauce wheel. So I guess let's do that here. Now I see this, all the Adelson money and Donna couldn't hire better lawyers. I think her lawyers are doing the best that they possibly can. I don't think they have a whole lot of, like in their corner for this. So, yeah, it just is what it is. Kosher has a lot to do with how the animal is killed, not if there's any animal in there, or not if there's no animal in there. If you don't put meat, then it doesn't matter how the animal was killed because it's not in the food. So, nobody cares about, like, there is no kosher procedure to, like, kill a tofu, right? There is no kosher procedure to to kill a sprout. So yeah. All right. Although there are some vegetables that are only debatably kosher. Broccoli is actually debated as to whether or not it's kosher acceptable because it's hard to make sure there's no bugs in it, and bugs are also not kosher. So, yeah. All right. Let's do the hot sauce wheel. What do we got here? Oof, the Seventh Reaper. That is a spicy one. Okay. There's kosher salt. There actually isn't kosher salt. All salt is kosher unless it, like, for some reason has meat in it. What kosher salt is it's actually koshering salt. Koshering salt, because it was salt of a type that used to be used for helping remove blood from, animals. So, but over time, koshering salt just became kosher salt. And yeah, but it's not that the salt itself is kosher versus non-kosher. It's that it is for the purpose of making something kosher. All right. So the hot sauce that came up is the Seventh Reaper by Sauce Leopard. It is Carolina Reaper based. So they put their heat level at that. All right. Do I have a spoon in here? I don't think I have a spoon in here. Do I have that knife that I left behind? I don't think I have that knife. All right. What do I have in here that's good for, like... Oh, wait. I do have the knife. All right. I have a knife that I used for a, for a video. If you saw that video in the last couple of days, well, here we go. We got the same knife. All right. It's not very thick, so I'm not getting much of it on the thing. So, sorry if this has been explained already. How come Runkle knows a lot about kosher food? I'm not Jewish. I'm just sort of interested in religion on occasion. So I read up on it. So here we go. We got some sauce here. It's actually not that bad, notwithstanding that it says Carolina Reaper. So it's spicy, but it's not too spicy. Yeah, first ingredients: distilled white vinegar, tomato puree, grapeseed oil, jalapenos, red wine vinegar, water, organic vegetable stock, vegetable juice concentrates. Man, Carolina Reapers are way down the ingredient list on this thing. And yeah, it's got kind of a sweet taste, kind of a pleasant taste. I think that the heat level on this one is already a little too high. Like, I think that they overrate their heat thing, but yeah. Not that spicy for you or the rest of us. Not that spicy for me, because yeah, I think a lot of people do not necessarily have the same spice tolerance as I do. Okay. So, what is it? Why does Runkle know lots about anything? ADHD, not dulled by addiction, and rampant curiosity. Yep. So, there are some other things. I also promised a story about my weird food tastes. And so, yeah, I do not have 2 dishwashers. I have a tiny little kitchen. I do not have a place for a I do not have a place for a second kitchen. But so I was looking up you know, I was trying to find a cheaper option for this, which is OXO beef stock cubes. And the reason is that they don't actually sell these in Canada anymore. They used to. They used to sell OXO beef cubes, and they stopped. Now they only sell the packets. And I really like these beef cubes. So so I was trying to find a better sauce or a better source for them. But yeah, they're like $40 Canadian for 60 of them, which makes them like a little less than $1 a piece. So yeah, I'm like I I like the stuff, but yeah. So, but I also found some other things that maybe deserve a little look. So here is one of the things I saw. Daddy's brown sauce. I don't think I'm gonna try that. I don't think I'm gonna try the Daddy's brown sauce. That that doesn't sound great. My PO box is listed in the about section on my YouTube channel. So, but there's another thing I saw that I was like, maybe I will have to order this because I feel like this could be fun to eat, to like eat on a stream, and that is this. Parsons pickled cockles. Now I know a cockle is seafood, but Parsons pickled cockles is like, that is the best name for something ever. Yeah, OXO cubes are no longer sold in Canada, so yeah. Now, if you're wondering what a cockle is, I can pull that up. They're just because now people are like, wait a minute, that sounds awful. Cockles. So basically something clam-like. Yeah. They're probably pretty ordinary, pretty basic, but I still want to try them. And yeah, they're just yeah. So I just kind of want to, I might actually end up ordering that, although I think that the shipping costs are like insane from this site. So I don't know. I might have to figure that out. But yeah, maybe I should also do like a Marmite versus what's the other one? Taste test. Doesn't Amazon have them? I don't know. I don't know. So, all right, let's go through super chats. Oh yes, Marmite versus Vegemite. Yeah, we might have to do that for a thing. So, Canonical Heat, thank you so much. Thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. David Starbuck, thank you so much for joining up. AT1, I'm not sure how to, woohoo, 9 months. Thank you for being here. Judgy Girl 23, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Kelly B, I want to know what temperature was when the water when she laundered the money, cold or warm wash cycle. No, seriously. I don't know, although Canadian money is now plastic. And so if you heat it too hot, it sort of crinkles up. it's still good. Like it's still valid once it's crinkled up like that. But yeah. What is it? Please more Saturday Night Lives. I might well do so because yeah, that I think this went all right. Catherine Fraser, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Nurse Thale, thanks for the live while I chart my notes. Sending love for New Orleans. I want to visit New Orleans one day. I've never been. The real Jim McIntyre. This case is an example of why you should carry even at home. Can't remember exact numbers, but in the U.S., more violent crimes that happen at home versus public. Yeah, although I don't know if he would have had a chance to draw and get a shot off. So I don't know if it would have helped, but maybe if he'd seen them coming. So yeah, real Jim McIntyre. To be fair, who would picture a hitman in a Prius? Fair. M3, thank you so much. Much appreciated. The little Jen that could. Thanks for the Saturday night special. Ooh, I might have to start calling it Saturday Night Special. So yeah. Shay B, what about iodine in salt? I think that's just a mineral. I think they just use mineral sources. So yeah. I don't think that messes with anything. Honk Banana No, why does canned haggis exist? A drunken dares and super chat goals, obviously. I might have to try the canned haggis. Like I might actually have to do that. So yeah, that might be a thing. Kurt Smith, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, and thank you for signing up yourself. Welcome aboard. Who else remembers the Midnight Special TV show? Not I. So we'll try to do a Saturday night thing. It's not going to be it's not going to be always, but I mean, Saturday night's a good, it's a good like makeup stream day, I guess. For if I can't do something on a Monday, we could possibly do it on a thing. Yeah. Okay, I've added the Scottish haggis to cart. And you know what? We will add the we'll add the cockles to the cart here too. This is going to be expensive. Let's see. Cockles, add to cart. All right. View cart. Okay, I don't have any coupon code. Regular parcel. Ooh, the shipping is not great, but okay. Regular parcel, $10. Total $50 for haggis, cockles, and some, yeah. What is it? I want pups. Oh yeah, we can do the pups. You're right that I can't commit myself to Saturdays, but I'll do Saturdays sometimes. All right, let's proceed to checkout. I'm going to need to find my credit card, which I'm not going to read over the stream, believe it or not. And I don't even know what those are. Sarnina and Kiska. I don't know what those are. All right, so let's see here. Canada, Edmonton, Alberta, postal code, phone number, email address. We're not going to give them a good email address. No, they get a bad email address that I never actually pay attention to. Subscribe to newsletter. Fuck no. Sure, pay via PayPal. No, wait, I don't want to pay via PayPal. I want to pay by credit card. I need to use my this is going to be the weirdest tax deduction of all time. Could I send you hot sauce from California? Absolutely. I love hot sauce. Duck's blood soup and Polish blood sausage. I'd try them. I don't know where I'd find them, but I'd try them. Yeah, this is going to be the weirdest tax deduction of all time. They'll be like, hey, why are you deducting cockles? And I'll be like, let me explain to you about my chat. And they'll be like, oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Is the order coming through? Is the order coming through? Check out. Thank you. Your order has been received. All right. I've got some canned haggis and some pickled cockles coming. Yeah. I feel like the if I ever get audited, it's gonna be difficult. They're gonna be like, so you deducted a gun, and I'll be like, yes, and they'll be like, why? And it's like, because I needed it for the Alec Baldwin trial coverage. And they'll say, okay, that doesn't make any sense to us, but go nuts. And then they'll be like, hey, why did you deduct pickled cockles? And I'll be like, it's a long story. Ian, I'll send you some Indian hot sauce from Oklahoma. That sounds awesome. So yeah, that sounds amazing. My brother's in Vancouver and he gets a haggis from his butcher for Burns Day. It's in a casing and he slices and fries it. I like haggis. But it's hard to get. So I see, try the canned haggis. It's really good. I'm going to try it. Jess Catlisi, I want pups. We'll get the pups. Or at least one pup. Elf Wiggins says, and all our cockle shells all in a row. Yes. H. Scorpio, 2 British import shops in Edmonton, says Google. I know of one of them. Kim Bruno, glad to be here. Great. Thanks for the great vids. I didn't see either of them as carrying the thing. Can we see your gun collection? Not really, because they're in several different storage locations and I can't bring them out on a live, but maybe at some point. All right. So give me a second. I'm going to go get the pups and treats for the pups, but I'll be right back. And so let's play Acoustic Cinematic. Okay, now Zora can't have too many of these because she has a slight case of the fat. But here she is. She heard me get the treat bag, and she's like, I'm coming. I'm coming. I got that. Come on, up. Up. All right, Zora, let's try to do a better trick here. Look, come here. Up, 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 up. Come on, up. You're not going to do it, are you? Up, up. Come on, up. Oh, you are not having a good traction day, it seems. All right. Can people see you, or are you blocked? Let's see. Here we go. There we go. Good, Zora. Let's see. One more. Yes, who's a good puppy? Okay. Love you, Zora. So when she's super excited, she'll jump up and like give a hug, and that is the cutest thing. But she's like, I'm having a bad traction day and I just want the treat. None of your business. So yeah, I love that pup. So give Zora the spare shoes. She doesn't like the shoes. Nobody likes the shoes. So how's her diet going? Shut up. Yeah, Zora has a case of the fats, and we're trying to limit that. When is your Supreme Court date? Don't have one yet. They're going to decide on the leave application when they feel like it. And when they do that, either the case is dead because they don't give leave, or we get a date, and then I have to figure all that out. So yeah. All right. Now it is 11 o'clock, and so I'm going to wrap things up. I'm going to go hug the Zora, but I'm also going to order, I think, some Chinese food. There's a Chinese food place that is very late, and they're open very late, and so I'm going to I'm going to order from them. Mrs. Runkle is away, so I can order like stuff that I like. I also got to figure out, like, maybe if I got to figure out, like, hey, is this stuff that will travel well? Because I got a lengthy drive tomorrow. So maybe I don't order that much, or maybe I order a bunch of stuff that I can eat, like, that isn't like noodles. Because you can't, like, reach over into, like, your travel bag and have, like, a handful of noodles. So I got to figure that out. How do you find living in the prairie provinces compared to Ontario? I've never lived in Ontario, but compared to Vancouver, I can afford a house here. So I love a house. I love being able to afford a house here. I could not afford a house in Vancouver, not even a little bit. So yeah. All right. What is it? Somebody said, where am I ordering from? It's a place called All Happy. It's actually quite good. So yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, and see you next time. I'm hoping to do a Monday stream. I'm not sure if I'll be able to, but I'm hoping to, and we will go from there. So I have, like, driving to do on Monday too, so that'll be the sticking point. But good night, all.